Raz, dwa, three. Raz, dwa, three. Раз, раз, два, три. Проверка.
One, two, three. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз. 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 Two, three.
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
Раз, 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 два. Ну, давайте тогда начнем. Вася, скорее всего, он, как всегда, или опоздает, или вообще не появится. Да. Он потом напишет: извини, Владимир, у меня технические проблемы. Он не дружит с такими. Вася, he's not coming. I would like to be the first to speak because I have no time. But we can start. Anurag, can you sit here? Just so just we will be all together in the camera.
Yes.
In the podium. We okay, dear colleagues, let's start our small, just brief opening ceremony of the Arctic Pavilion. Just our main speakers are already here. I would like to represent them. Mr. Anurag, Senior Fellow, Vivekananda International Foundation from India. Mr. Haldur Johansson, our business partner and director of the Arctic Portal and Northern Forum Foundation from Iceland. And in online, we have Arseny Kirgizov-Barsky. He is the assistant to chair of Youth Energy Agency of BRICS, and our program and youth coordinator of the Arctic Pavilion. Unfortunately, he was not able to come in person to Baku because of a lot of duties in his office, because of new boss came to the office. So, but he is online, and we wait. Maybe we hope that maybe Professor Lassi Heininen from Helsinki University, Finland, will join us online as well. Though I know that Lassi has some from time to time some technical problems with Zooms or other platforms, but hope. So just I would like to start our small session with some blessing, as we like to do in Yakutia, because I'm Sakhalin. I have to follow our traditions, and I will speak a little bit in my mother tongue to have some to. Uh, to demonstrate that our Arctic Pavilion is starting its work successfully, and our speakers and our participants are coming, and we have a almost full program for all days, almost for all days of the conference, COP29. So just very short, just a little bit traditional words to start this. Күндү доғотторум биһиги бу бүгүн сахалы өвгөлөр бит суолларын батыхан Артикага анаммыт улуу ан дойдутагы колбоуктаах нациялар терилтелерин конференциятыгар климат канала конференциятыгар арчический павильон диэн ахан үлебитин сагалаан эребит үлебит барыта этеңге буоллун онна бу келбит онна келиэхтээх бары кыттыылаахтар бытын биһиги уруйдуубут айхаллыыбыт Уонна бары жолу соргуну багарабы ситихилэх үлени, барыта табыллан истин, барыта чугай боллун, доробиягат көне боллун, барыта санабыпы курдук табыллан туалан истин, уонна туох бар бу манна кепсетилер бит ситихилере улаатан биһиги себеспи кеңен истин, доготтор бут элбен истинер. Dome, dome, dome. It's very brief, just greetings and blessing words in order to have very successful events in our Arctic Pavilion. And I wished you the strong health and very strong spirit, energy, and to widen our network of our friends and partners all over the world. So just and many interesting meetings and successful successful discussions, negotiations, agreements, etc. So just let's start our opening ceremony, and we would like to have some talks about unfreezing Arctic cooperation in coming years. We know that the political situation in the world is changing right now. After presidential election in the United States of America, and everybody just wait some positive signals, and everybody is just full of hopes that cooperation will be restored, not only in the Arctic, but in the entire world, in many directions. And yesterday, elected President Trump just called President Putin. So just they start some kind of negotiations. So just before we starting, Arseniy Kirgiz-Barsky has not so much time to be together with us. So I would like to ask him to say some greetings because Arseniy did a fantastic job to prepare all our program, Pavilion program, and gathering a lot of experts from all over the world. Unfortunately, he is not with us in the Pavilion, but I hope that he has some great words for us to say. Arseniy, are you with us? The floor is yours. Arseniy, can you hear us? Что, нету? А? У него микрофон выключен. Okay. Hope that Arseniy will join us shortly to say something, some very nice words. And let's give the floor to Haldur Johansson. And what do you think about this present situation in the Arctic, and what's your vision in coming years, in coming months even? It would be very interesting.
Thank you, Vladimir. Well, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm very happy that the Northern Forum was able to arrange for having the pavilion, and I hope that it will be a start of active collaboration and active outreach on behalf of the Northern Forum. As we know, the last years have been complicated. First, of course, COVID, and then the geopolitics as they are now. It's very complex, and I don't know. I've been to quite many events and discussions in the past months and years, And to a certain extent, until at least this Tuesday, the situation with regards to cooperation with Russia was only getting worse. So it was only getting worse and worse and worse, and a lot of negativity. And I was involved in a meeting in Switzerland just a couple of months ago, where we discussed the potential of continuing at least scientific collaboration. And we did it right in the beginning of the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, established something that we called expert to expert initiative, trying to get people to communicate, continue on a personal level at least. But it has not proven as successful as I was hoping. There's a lot of people that are ready to talk to you as long as nobody sees it. But if they are to speak out, then they tend not to. And it's interesting also when it's discussed in terms of scientific issues, if it's possible to cooperate with Russian partners. My experience is that the Russian partners have been quite open and ready to share and cooperate, but the Western partners have not been. And of course, we know of cases where a Western partner was actually fired. Our friend Lasse was fired after being at a meeting in Moscow. Most likely, it was only because he was associated with a university that didn't want to be associated with Russia. So if he'd been there in a personal capacity, probably it would have been okay. But to make a long story short, yes, it's been complicated, and unfortunately, there's not many signs of positivity, except for possibly now after the elections in the U.S., we will see a breakthrough. But that may most likely be only fractional. I am quite sure that somewhat of a Cold War will continue for unforeseeable time. We will have complications, not just with Russia, but also with other countries like China. China has been increasingly pulled into this discussion, and I have been working a lot with Chinese over the years, and it's incredible how the negativity is increasing and the suspicion is creeping in. We had a delegation to Iceland recently from the U.S. Raising concerns about potential spying in the research station of China in Iceland. I can at least at this point claim that there is no spying, but then of course the issue is always this hidden agenda, and how potentially research could be interpreted into some negative aspects related to knowledge that could be used for guiding missiles, etc. And in my opinion, it's quite simple how to solve this. It's that we must work together and closely together. So if we can do that and increase the collaboration, we will break down the barriers of these nuances that are largely because we don't understand each other or we don't know each other. We have different cultures. We may look different, etc. And I often come back to the story when the Shulong, the Chinese icebreaker, came to Iceland 12 years ago. And they'd had a crew of 120 people, and they were all dressed in red jackets, and they walked around the city. And I'm from a small city in the north of Iceland. And afterwards, a lot of people came up to me and said, "You know, Halldór, those friends of yours from China, they were actually quite nice. They even smiled." And this is only like 12 years ago. So it's amazing how little we often know about the others, but still we think we know so much. So The COP, of course, is great to get to know people. There's the work of the Northern Forum is very important in breaking down barriers and introducing who we are and what we can do and how we can collaborate together. And I think if we can continue that, then we're on a good track. So it's a step in the right direction, but unfortunately, there will probably be many hindrances on the way. But as long as we continue, then I think we have an opportunity for success.
Thank you, Haldor. But I have a question. What do you think about this Arctic Council future? Whether the Arctic states will be ready to work with Russia, for example, and China next year, maybe just we wait just full revitalizing of the Arctic Council activities. But what do you think about the present situation?
That's another complicated question. Currently, we have Norway leading the Arctic Council, and Norway is probably the most open-minded country of the 8 at the moment. So I think currently, yes, it's moving a bit. There are activities going on, and that's fantastic. But then we have Denmark and Sweden taking over, and I can tell you that we have a China-Nordic collaboration going on, and we just had a meeting in Akureyri of the China-Nordic Arctic Research Center, and there was nobody there from Denmark or Sweden. So to answer your question, I'm not terribly optimistic because of the negative attitudes of some of the countries. Not everybody, of course, but the indication is that there's no reason for too much optimism when Denmark takes over. But then again, of course, there's a strong push from Greenland now to become more recognized and more independent. And I think in that context, Denmark will need to activate the Arctic Council work because there's so much importance related to Greenland in terms of resources, in terms of indigenous people, rights, etc., and of course climate change, and to consider utilization of resources in Greenland, I think it will require trans-Arctic shipping. And that will again put importance on the collaboration with Russia. So money makes the world go around, and so with the economic potential becoming stronger and stronger, I think there will be a political force to again strengthen the Arctic Council. So I don't think anybody wants to stop the function of the Arctic Council. The only question is how the activity can be continued. And again, I think because of economic interest, there will be a push to rekindle the collaboration. It will be forced to do that, despite NATO concerns, etc.
Yeah, thank you, Haldor. Of course, just we just full of hopes on revitalizing of the Arctic Council activities in full scale. Arseniy, you are ready or not yet? He didn't read my messages, so just I would like to give a floor to Mr. Anurag Bisen from India. He is one of the main authors of Arctic strategy of this huge country. And the Northern Forum and India are observers of the Arctic Council. We have the same status. We are a very small organization, but so huge country. And it would be very interesting to know your opinion about the future of the Arctic cooperation from Indian prospect, from Indian point of view. So this floor is yours, Mr. Bisen.
Thank you, sir. At the outset, I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to you, Mr. Vladimir Vasiliev, for inviting me here. It's a great honor and privilege to be here as part of the Northern Forum delegation. And I wish the Northern Forum all the success at the COP29 events. Now, answering your question about from an Indian perspective about Arctic, I would, before that, try and touch a little about the geopolitical situation, which the previous speaker, touched upon. And I quite agree with him that things are not good in the Arctic Council, and especially because it impacts the whole globe. So I see it from a perspective of a non-Arctic state, but yeah, I see it from a perspective of a non-Arctic state, but yet it impacts us in a big way. So I'll just give you an example of how Arctic impacts us. A lot of people are not aware of how Arctic impacts India. Two examples. One is monsoons. So India's 70% of India's annual precipitation, which happens in the 4 months of June, July, August, and September. And more than half of India's agricultural area is not fed by irrigation, but it is fed by rain. And almost 60% of India's population is dependent on agriculture. And agriculture contributes to about 20% of India's GDP. And now it has been established that there are teleconnections between the Arctic polar vortex and Indian monsoons. Although, of course, there is a lot of study which still needs to be done, but there is a definite link between Arctic and the Indian monsoon. That is one example. The other example is sea level rise. So I understand that it is estimated if the Greenland ice sheet was to melt, it would raise the sea levels by about 7 meters. South Asia is the most disaster-prone area in the world. And it is estimated that if the sea level rises by about 90 centimeters by 2100, which is predicted in the mid-scenario IPCC, it would place about 50 million people at risk in Bangladesh alone. You are aware that in 2009, Maldives held a meeting, their cabinet meeting underwater, just to highlight the challenges of sea level rise, because no feature of Maldives is more than 1.2 meters in height. So entire Maldives will go underwater. This will all put a great strain on India, because there is no other place where these displaced people will move. Of course, India's own coastal areas. It will lead to millions of people migrating to India from India's coastal regions, from external countries such as Bangladesh, Maldives. And just to put it in perspective, in 1971, when there was refugees from Bangladesh, it was just about 1 million, and it put such a great strain on the country. So Arctic, what I'm trying to say is that Arctic really affects us. And that is the reason why Government of India came out with an Arctic policy in 2022. Now, coming to the geopolitical situation, I quite agree with my previous speaker that things are not good and they don't look good, but we all hold hope in the included. I would just like to highlight that how Arctic, after 2.5 years, they have found that because of absence of Russian data, since the data from Russian interact stations has been excluded since 2022, they now find biases in climate change studies, and they don't know whether it is because of absence of Russian data or because of biases in climate change itself. So this has got global repercussions. And this scientific cooperation has been stopped. He mentioned about Lassi Heinen. He's a great friend of mine as well. There is now complete stoppage of funding for scientific research. Individual scientists are being targeted, which is again a not good sign. 2/3 of permafrost is in Russia, in the Arctic. How can you ignore Russia in the Arctic? You cannot have that situation where Russia is ignored in the Arctic. So, and of course, to be fair to Norway, Norway has tried, and the meetings of working groups have resumed, albeit in a virtual fashion. But senior Arctic officials meetings are yet to be, and then there is Denmark and Sweden. So we don't have a a very good prognosis as to how how it is going to look like, but the future looks bleak. So that probably, in my opinion, again, it's a personal opinion, there could be four scenarios of the Arctic Council. One is status quo, business as usual, where nothing is happening. Other could be tailored, functioning of the council depending on the issues which it's facing. Then another one could be modify, and the last one could be expand. So, I mean, as an Indian, I would really like the Arctic Council to be expanded because it affects the whole globe, the whole planet. And that is probably what will bring us to the next session, which we're having on BRICS. Because even from Russia's point of view, if Russia is excluded, wherein it has more of Arctic in terms of population, mineral resources, coastline, it really cannot be left out of the governance of the Arctic. And I think it is natural for Russia to try and create a parallel governance mechanism. And we will talk about that in the next session when we speak about BRICS. So these are few of my thoughts on the future of Arctic Council and the Arctic really. And Arctic has, I would like to also point out one point, that Arctic has always been a zone of cooperation, even at the height of Cold War. International Space Station and Arctic were two areas where United States and Soviet Union, then they collaborated. But sadly, that cooperation is no longer there. And I think we need to restore that cooperation. At least the scientific cooperation must be restored. There is a treaty between 8 Arctic Council countries for scientific enhancement of scientific cooperation, and I think that treaty should be implemented in letter and spirit for the benefit of the whole mankind. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vicent, for very detailed and very good information. And because just Arseny has not so much time, Arseny, just he is ready. Arseny, can you?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Huh?
Can you hear me?
Okay, Arseny, you can give his floor is yours.
Yes, wonderful. Wonderful. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
Наушники возьмем. Пуговка отлетела.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Так.
Hello, can you hear me?
Арсений,
Can you hear me?
да, я слышу в наушниках хорошо.
Wonderful, wonderful. If you can hear me, then I can start. I would like just to say that you can't imagine how much this moment means for me, because it's really incredible that the pavilion finally came into practice. I'm very sorry that I cannot be today with you and share this incredible moment. And instead of a speech, I'd like to tell you a little story, a very short one. In 2021 in Glasgow, I participated in COP for the first time. And when I got there, I immediately got overwhelmed by the scale of the event. And you can imagine how easy it is at COP to get overwhelmed, because so much is happening and the scale of the event is so great. But at this very moment in Glasgow at COP26, when I, for the first time, participated in a COP, I realized that it is very important to do something meaningful at this conference on this important agenda and combine all the expertise I have both on the Arctic, thanks to my cooperation with the Northern Forum, with MGIMO Arctic Club, and with the Climate International Agenda. And back then, we decided at BRICS YA that we can make every effort to make a pavilion at COP possible. And at COP27 in Egypt, I met with Vladimir Vasilyev, whom I already known from previously when we organized the Model Northern Forum in 2020 together. And we realized that we can combine our efforts and use the Northern Forum status to apply for Arctic Pavilion in the Blue Zone. So we tried to do this at COP28 in Dubai, and back then we didn't succeed because of lack of finance. But in Baku, it's very nice. Oh, sorry. Yes, in Baku, it's very nice to have this very important venue for open for the public, for everyone interested in the Arctic. And it's really nice to have the Arctic Pavilion for the first time in the COP history, because at COP26, I remember there was no Arctic venue. There was only, like connected to the Arctic, there was only a Tuvalu Pavilion, which was displaying polar bears and penguins committing suicide. And also there was a huge glacier just outside the venue, which was melting, just showing the scale of the problem of climate change. Sorry?
Can you hear me? Yes, Arseny is a very busy guy now. He works also in the Russian embassy in Norway, in Oslo, and former senior Arctic official, Russian senior Arctic official, Mr. Nikolai Korchinov, now new ambassador in Norway, and Arseny is the only staff for protocol. So the city has to prepare a lot of meetings, ambassador with the king and with etc. So let's continue just our opening session, and I see that Lassi Hedinen is not with us. Yeah. So yes, if you would like to have more comments or additional.
Yes, I'm really sorry. I had connection problems. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Yes, I had connection problems very short, because when I get called, the connection immediately disappears. Yes, so it's wonderful to have the Arctic venue at the COP. And I would like to just thank Vladimir Vasilyev for the trust and dedication that he worked with on this important project. And you cannot imagine how many sleepless nights and sleepless days I spent also working on this project. So I just want to congratulate you all for being there, for succeeding with this project, and wish you good luck in the next days of COP. And from my side, looking forward to seeing you all. Also, I hope that you have really wonderful, fruitful discussions at the Arctic Pavilion, connected to different topics, both scientific and political and everything, because it's very important to talk together to revitalize the cooperation and the partnerships and the communication. And that's wonderful that this finally can be done at COP, specifically dedicated to the Arctic as a very important central topic. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you very much, Arseny. We just looking forward to meet you on Friday, at least for 2 days, and with your amazing sessions on yours and energy. So just and we wish you also just health, energy with new ambassador, and good luck. So just and Haldur would like to have to say some more words about Arctic cooperation.
Thank you. Just as a follow-up, one of the complicated parts, or probably a key component in collaboration, is financing. And we know that, of course, from the Northern Forum. And in terms of the Northern Forum, it's always been an issue to get project financing. And I mean, same thing with everything. Arctic Council doesn't have any funding. They don't have any money. And that's the problem. So potentially, if the Arctic Council actually had money, it could finance projects and continue projects despite geopolitics. But now, of course, with the political situation, it doesn't have any funding, and so the projects are more or less stranded. Same applies to the participation of the indigenous participants. I mean, there was work going on for some years ago to set up a foundation or a fund to support their participation. It didn't get any support, so the same situation. So it's also a matter of strengthening the capacity of those participating. You know, the secretariats are very small. Two of them are in Iceland now. CAF and PAIM are both located in Iceland. And the key staff is funded from the environmental institution or environmental ministry in Iceland, in this case. SEON, which is, in my opinion, probably one of the most important components of the Arctic Council, sustaining Arctic observation networks. It's all about linking the knowledge together, basically. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We have to connect the wheels, and we have to continue them working. It almost closed 2 years ago because there was no funding for the secretariat. It doesn't make any sense, does it? I mean, we need to have strong, continuous funding to be able to connect the knowledge and increase the knowledge and interpret the knowledge so that we can use it for responsible governance. But we don't. Even today, we don't. And it's not because of Ukraine, Russia. It's much, much deeper and longer than that. And we have had a hard time also connecting the observer states. When you look at now the interest to the Arctic, we have more than half of the population in the world included in the work of the Arctic Council. But it doesn't show enough. And I think that's the biggest problem, is like, how do we solve the financial situation so that we can maintain good quality work no matter what. That's the biggest thing. That's where the Northern Forum can play a role. And that's where my dream was, that the Northern Forum Foundation that we set up in Iceland actually could work as a vehicle for that. We have still to become successful in getting the funding in. Maybe we could do more. We can help activate the youth. We can activate some of the smaller groups, organizations that need to be heard and should be involved. But it's still to become successful. But I still hope that, and I believe it can be successful.
Yes, this funding is a very serious problem for all of us. And I would like to thank Andrei Milichenko Foundations. They supported us a lot and provided funding for our Northern Sustainable Development Forum in Yakutsk City in September. And they fully funded our Arctic Pavilion at COP29. It's a great support, and we would like to continue this very fruitful cooperation. And their team is already here in Baku, And we hope that we will meet in these days and continue our negotiations, our discussions about future cooperations. How we could do could do real projects to support Arctic cooperation. So just we would like to attract interest of big companies, big foundations. And for example, just Sasakawa Peace Foundation from Japan is very positive to us. Xuan Yuan International Corporation from China also. But they would like to see some also effect for businesses. So just and we agreed to continue our work abroad in Asian continent to organizing some international events on different topics. So just next year we plan something. It's could be just good surprise for all of us there. Mr. Bisen, you would like to add something?
Thank you, sir. So I had a small observation on his observation regarding financing. And you're right that Arctic Council has no funding. But the rules of Arctic Council actually do not permit observers to have more than 50% funding for any project. And I'm sure that Asian observers, so again, I'd like to give here an example of India. India would like to do research in monsoons, how Arctic and monsoons. But for any research, I think as per the rules of the Arctic Council, it has to partner with a Arctic Council country. And the project cost cannot be more than 50% by an observer country. So I think if the observers are permitted, I'm sure China, Japan, South Korea, they do not have any dearth of funding, and they could provide more funding to research projects in the Arctic Council. But we will have to probably look at amending the charter of Arctic Council itself for the observers to have more than 50% share in any research project, and also for the observers maybe to conduct research among themselves as well. So these are some things which could be actually probably implemented and in the Arctic Council. So that was my observation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bisen. It's very interesting observations. We are just observers, but we doesn't work with each other. Perhaps it could be a good idea to organize something observers events in maybe in India, maybe in China, or just other observer countries to discuss what we can do all together for the Arctic cooperations, how we can support the Arctic Council and its activities, maybe. And if we will say about some kind of funding, we have the Northern Forum Foundation in Iceland. It's not in Russia. It's abroad in Western countries. So just perhaps we can use this capacity to collect money in this foundation and finance our joint projects maybe. This is just like immediate idea and immediate thoughts after your speeches. So just let's think about our future cooperation formats and mechanisms. The Northern Forum can organize any event. That's Northern Forum India, that's Northern Forum Japan, etc. So to find out what we can do together in the Arctic. Of course, just Arctic states can have some opposite opinion, maybe. I'm almost sure that United States or Scandinavian countries can say, okay, guys, you are observers. Just you should only observe what we are doing. But we also have a voice in the Arctic Council, I guess, I think. I hope so. What do you think, Haldur?
Well, in the work of the working groups, the observers are welcome. It's not often that an observer speaks out in an SAO meeting. It doesn't, but in the coffee breaks and the lunch breaks, you can. And that's really where the work continues and decisions are made. But I think there's been, of course, discussions in the past about funding, and I have participated in some of those meetings. We had a deputy ministers meeting in Copenhagen some years ago, where we discussed, for example, about SEON and the need for funding for such activities. And most ministers voiced their interest in funding, but then next step hasn't come. And I think some sort of a project fund would be a brilliant idea, but would it be accepted? That's another. Jointly do something like that. I mean, that was the idea behind the funding for the permanent participants, that most of the funding would actually come from the observers. But in that case, they went too high. They estimated that observers would pay substantial amount of money up front. But that, of course, has to then go through the parliament in each country, and it's much more complicated. But like more limited funding still would contribute to a lot. And you know, in the project funding, you need to have 2 Arctic Council countries as leaders, and then you can have observer states also involved, of course. And the funding can come from observer states, and that's what we've seen in the past in projects. Small money always, but and it's ad hoc, so it's not long term. It's not like a 5-year or 10-year project. It's like 1 year at a time, which also makes it complicated. But I think your idea of involving private and public funding is very important. But the Arctic Council has had complications when it comes to anything related to financing. Arctic Economic Council is still not a full partner to the Arctic Council. And that's also because Arctic Council has been trying to stay away from economic interests, but it can't do that forever. I mean, it's impossible. You have Arctic shipping, you have Arctic resources. We know that the Arctic is host to about 30% of the unused resources of the globe. And it's not a matter of if, but when it's going to be utilized, because the world cannot continue without it. We know that. But we don't have a business plan for the Arctic. We don't even have a global business plan. Like, how can we actually utilize the things in a good way? We have this COP now, and yes, we're talking about how to reduce the carbon footprint. At the same time, the investment into military is exceeding anything before. And that's not even calculated in the footprint. So, I mean, how can we be so naive? Sorry. We are really naive, mankind, in many ways. It's I don't know.
I can agree with you that we are naive mankind. So maybe from time to time we are looks like we're very stupid. Thinking about this mitigation of climate change consequences, but at the same time to rise wars in many parts of the world. Just bring a lot of military equipment, etc., etc. So just So just we have a little bit time. Perhaps you have some questions to speakers or not, or comments, Irina.
Thank you so much. My question is, what do you think about BRICS? Maybe as a platform, additional platform, or I don't think alternative, but at least additional platform for strengthening cooperation in the Arctic. So what Arctic countries think about this option? Maybe it can help to make Arctic Council more effective, because now we are really strengthening cooperation in the framework of BRICS. And today we have session devoted to this issue. And for me, it's extremely interesting to know your opinion, because you are from Arctic country. Thank you.
Well, an honest answer is I don't know, because of course BRICS only includes Russia as an Arctic country. which of course, even though Russia holds some 45% probably of the Arctic region, we know that the Arctic is so complex and it's so different. I mean, if you look at Canadian Arctic, it's more or less, excuse me, Canadians, but more or less nobody there. We look at Alaska, of course, Alaska has a lot of resources, but they are now in a dilemma because the resources are coming to an end. We have Iceland, which is economically very strong, but basing it on the environment completely. Our fish, our natural resources are hot water and hydro. And then you have Greenland, which is, of course, huge mine, having the interest of many now. The EU, the US have opened representations in Nuuk. Of course, others have an interest there too. So if we exclude all of that in a discussion about the Arctic, of course, it's not enough. So that's why I think BRICS can help, and BRICS can definitely help push, but I don't see it replace the Arctic Council. But it definitely, I mean, more discussions are helpful, and maybe BRICS can help fund some of the projects that are sort of, let's say, shoulder projects, because what happens in the Arctic doesn't stay in the Arctic. We know that saying. And you mentioned, of course, the monsoons, etc. So maybe that's a way to finance some of the projects that the Arctic Council cannot do, but linking it then to the Arctic Council work. I think that would make a lot of sense. I think the youth network within BRICS is brilliant, and of course we don't have a similar thing in the Arctic for some reason, but to link it makes a lot of sense. So I think it should continue, definitely. We still haven't mentioned education. I mean, education, of course, is a huge issue, and we see growing interest. There's been, I don't know how many universities, delegations from universities in China coming to Iceland this year to ask for MOUs with the local universities to increase the collaboration. And then, of course, tourism. Tourism is growing so fast, too fast. So these are also issues that need to be addressed. And I mean, I think any networks, whether it's BRICS or the Nordic Council of Ministers, etc., these are important.
Okay. Any questions? Any comments? No. Okay. Let's finalize our just brief opening sessions, and I'm very thankful to Haldor and Anurag for attending as speakers of this starting point of the Arctic Pavilion, first ever pavilion on COPs, and we hope very much that the Arctic Pavilion will be a permanent platform on COPs further. We will try to do all the best to find funding, and I would like to invite all observer countries and observer organizations of the Arctic Council to join us and to work together to find enough funds to create the Arctic Pavilion. It's a small one. It's very standard template, just 50 square meters only, but we would like to have a bigger pavilion by individual design, maybe very beautiful and very attractive. But the next COP will be in Brazil. It's too far from us, from the Arctic, but it's a great challenge for us, and we hope that we will find ways again meet in a very natural conference on climate change. Climate change is very natural topic for all of us, for all of states, and allow to discuss very hot topics because the Arctic is a very hot region now, because all developed countries are surrounded the Arctic region, and the whole situation depends on these states. So if we will have a consensus between the Arctic states, then the planet will be alive for a long, long time. But if the military conflict will start in the Arctic, we will lose a lot of things. So just let's work together. Let's do something positive, do something real in different level, on different level, using different mechanism formats. So just try to help to find solution for big countries, being just small international organization. Okay, thank you. So just we have now just small short, and we'll start climate agenda BRICS session. Irina, it's Pavilion. It's yours for coming 2 hours. And after your session, just Indian youth will come to our pavilion. They would like to discuss some their issues, and it could be also very interesting sessions. We have today 2 more sessions, and after and tomorrow we'll start this very active work. A lot of sessions will be here in our. Thank you, and see you in 1 hour again. Thank you.
Bom dia, Heitor. Você consegue me ouvir?
Bom dia, Ana. Tudo bom? Consigo. Você me ouve também?
Sim, perfeitamente. Pronto. Que bom.
Ótimo.
Prazer.
Prazer, meu. Tudo bom com você?
Tudo ótimo. Eles estão gravando, eu acho, mas tudo bem, né?
Sim, parece que sim. Você conhece hoje a Irina ou não?
Não, eu conheço outros pesquisadores russos e alguém da pesquisa dela veio aqui na UNB, é,
Uhum.
outra colega dela. Você a conhece já?
Não, não. Eu conheci ela através das mensagens que a gente trocou pelo e-mail, né?
Ah, tá, eu lembro ter visto seu nome.
Sim. Você agora está em Brasília?
Eu sou da UNB, professora de Relações Internacionais e da Escola
Uhum.
Superior de Defesa, cedida para o mestrado lá 10 horas por semana, mestrado é novo, e a gente estuda diplomacia polar lá.
Tá interessante.
E você? Você é mais da hard science,
Eu,
né?
não, eu sou geofísico, né? Trabalho aqui na UERJ. Trabalho no Programa Antártico Brasileiro há muitos anos. Eu trabalho no Programa Antártico Brasileiro há 35 anos.
Nossa,
E,
que legal.
e recém, é, bem, eu trabalho desde o começo do Programa Antártico. E agora, bem, a gente já tem uma parceria com os russos, né, desde 2000 há uns 10 anos, mais ou menos, e vem trabalhando junto na Antártica.
Você vai nessa missão ao Circo Polar?
Não, mas eu tenho um aluno que está indo. É, esse ano eu não pude ir, mas questões familiares também, ficar 2 meses fora, né?
Uhum.
E, e eu tenho um aluno que está indo fazer, representando lá o nosso grupo.
Ah, que legal. Eu vou apresentar esse trabalho de hoje com um professor francês que começou a carreira na geofísica e mudou para geopolítica, que é o Pierre Mazegat. E ele até me
Interessante.
mandou. Depois eu vou se você quiser, eu posso te mandar um paper que ele fez em 89. Ele estava me explicando que eles estavam testando os equipamentos novos de altimetria na época e super com
Aham,
medo dos resultados, porque era muito novo. Muito legal. Ele está aqui em Brasília comigo, e só que agora ele
aham,
virou geopolítica.
uhum.
Ele
Muito
tentou
interessante.
tentou conversar comigo essas coisas da geofísica, mas eu fugi, óbvio, né? Assim, é outro planeta.
Eu, é, esse fórum, né, bem, o meu trabalho é todo com Antártica, né? Na verdade, essa agenda é uma agenda polar, né?
Sim.
Eu estou vendo
Assim,
aqui várias vezes Arctic, né?
mas a gente foi para a Islândia, né? O Jefferson Simões
Uhum,
foi
sim.
convidado para participar e aí ele aproveitou e falou: não, a gente podia ter uma mesa brasileira para falar qual é o interesse do Brasil no Ártico, né? E aí foi
Uhum,
convidado e a gente foi.
uhum,
Fui eu, Paulo Câmara, Luiz Rosa,
uhum.
Micheline Silva, a
Tem um
Selma.
grupo aí que está bem interessado no Ártico, né?
A gente está há muito tempo já, né? Há mais de 5 anos.
Uhum, uhum,
Pedindo para a Marinha para apoio, os diplomatas aqui, né, os congressistas. É, e aí a gente e o comandante Leonardo Matos, claro. A gente foi esse ano para Reykjavik, lá para
uhum,
a Assembleia Círculo do Ártico, e a gente viu que a
uhum,
grande pegada deles é ciência interpolar,
uhum,
falando do terceiro polo, falando das geleiras, inclusive dos Andes,
uhum,
povos tradicionais, comunidades locais que vão estão perdendo, né, seus meios
uhum.
de subsistência, geopolítica, claro, e alemães, britânicos falando que não dá para cooperar com certas pessoas, começando pelos russos,
Sim,
e, e a comunidade científica falando,
imagina.
não, a gente tem que cooperar. O regime do clima é muito grave, assim, se a gente não tiver os dados, os melhores dados possíveis, como é que a gente vai fazer os nossos modelos, né?
Exatamente, claro. É sim, lógico, tem essa questão toda, né? Afinal de contas, nós todos compartilhamos a mesma atmosfera, né?
Pois é. Não, e eles falando assim, os dados, a gente precisa de todos os dados, de todos os lugares, de todo mundo, para conseguir ter informações mais abrangentes, né?
Sim, claro, com
E,
certeza.
e aí foi bem interessante assim, o evento, foi mais geopolítica do que ciências, na verdade, sabe? A discussão era
Uhum,
essa, o que que a gente faz com os russos? E, e foi muito rico no sentido, assim, acho que os cientistas estão ganhando essa luta.
uhum,
Que eles começaram
uhum.
a falar, não, mas a gente não tem que trabalhar em boas condições, já é difícil, né? Se vocês começarem a atrapalhar com a politicagem.
Pois é a verdade. Eu acho que a ciência ela deveria estar à frente dessa fronteira, né, de debate, né? Porque se você exclui o conhecimento também, né, por outras questões, né, você acaba limitando o saber, né? Então, realmente, eu concordo com esse ponto de vista, né? Enfim, sei que é que é uma coisa complexa, né?
Раз, два, три.
Não é simples também, né? Não é uma questão tão simples.
Раз, два, три.
Não, não é nada simples, na verdade, né? Mas um dos nossos argumentos, da gente brasileiro, né? É que, assim, se a gente está falando, se a gente quer ter interesse em participar mesmo das pesquisas internacionais, etc., a gente tem que tentar manter a ciência fora dessas outras agendas diplomáticas, né? Porque
Isso eu concordo
é,
plenamente. Eu também
é porque
acho.
na nossa área e no direito a gente fala da resolução pacífica de conflitos,
Раз, два,
que é negociar o
Uhum,
final da guerra, né? É isso. Então, assim, para você negociar o final da guerra, você não pode cortar o diálogo. O contrário, goste ou não, você
é,
tem que pensar. E, enfim,
não,
né, a gente está
é,
tá agindo nessa linha. Eu não falo em nome do Brasil, claro, né? Falando em nome meu, só meu, né? Mas a gente está indo nessa linha.
sim, concordo plenamente. É isso mesmo. Você vê que os próprios americanos, né, eles, com todas as
раз, два,
divergências com os russos, eles, opa, acho que vai começar, não?
Eu ouvi a voz de alguém, mas eu só estou te vendo. Eu não consigo ver ninguém mais.
раз, три.
Eu estou vendo duas janelinhas aqui a mais.
Eu ouvi voz de alguém também. Tem 5 pessoas na sala, né?
É,
Раз, раз. Система.
Eu estou ouvindo ruídos distantes aqui.
eu também.
Раз, раз, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два.
Agora eu estou vendo a sala deles.
Да, все, можно начинать? Можно,
Pelo jeito,
да, нормально?
está falando em russo. Então ainda não começou.
Все прекрасно. Ну, пока будет. And prospects. And this topic is really, really very important because climate change is really one of the main challenges facing humanity. And especially in recent years, the temperatures in the Arctic region have been increasing. I think that maybe 4 times faster than the global average. And this really creates global consequences, very serious consequences. And today we have speakers, our brilliant professors from different BRICS countries. We have speakers from Russia, from India, from Brazil, and maybe a little bit later, a professor from China also can join our session today. And let me introduce myself. My name is Irina Stelnikova. I'm from High School of Economics, Russia, Moscow, and I deal with cooperation between Russia and non-Arctic countries, both in bilateral and multilateral format. And also I'm a head of scientific educational group, BRICS Plus, as a platform for cooperation in the Arctic. And for me, it's also a pleasure to introduce my dear colleague, from State St. Petersburg University, Maria Lvovna Lagutina, professor. She will be my co-moderator today.
Good day, dear colleagues. Welcome. We are glad to see all of you. And we are glad to have a possibility to share our ideas and views. Sometimes they seem like pretty exotic because, of course, people don't know a lot about BRICS polar agenda already. But I would like to add several words and to say that me and my colleagues, we started to develop this topic since 2015, when for the first time BRICS countries started to discuss polar and ocean cooperation. And since 2015, yeah, we started to do research on this topic about prospects of cooperation among BRICS countries on bilateral, multilateral level in polar regions, in Antarctica and in the Arctic, of course. And I repeat once again, at that time it was really pretty exotic, but nowadays, of course, many countries are involved in this cooperation. And nowadays we can speak about real cooperation among BRICS countries in the Arctic, not only in Antarctica. Yes, and today we are going to share our views and result of our research, and it's very good, and I believe it will provide some fruitful discussion. I mean, we have representatives of different sciences, humanitarian sciences, natural sciences. It's really important to have such kind of discussion. Okay, I think we can start. And our first speaker will be Professor Strelnikova, who give us general picture and general approach to the BRICS cooperation in the Arctic. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Okay, I decided to be the first today in order to give a short introduction to this topic and to share with you some of my findings related to climate as a promising area of cooperation between BRICS countries, and maybe to come to the conclusion that this area of cooperation can become a key to the future common polar agenda in the framework of BRICS countries. So my plan Okay. Okay, I will continue. So I would like to start with the question, so why we consider BRICS now as one of the very interesting, promising forums for the promoting cooperation in the Arctic, in the Sustainable Development Agenda. Then look at Arctic climate policies of the BRICS countries, BRICS Plus countries, and in order to find out is it so or not that climate or environmental protection issues are the common interest for all BRICS countries. Then I would like to look at multilateral cooperation of BRICS countries in the environmental protection agenda, climate agenda. So what we have now on this multilateral level, and how can we maybe improve maybe some projects or something like this, and finally come to the conclusion and find the answer. Can we maybe in the near future or in the long-term perspective come to the common polar agenda among the BRICS countries? So now we are really considering BRICS as one of the forums for future cooperation in the Arctic and the sustainable development agenda. And for this, we have several reasons. So first of all, I would like to mention, of course, those political turbulence that we have now in the world and the political in our region, in the Arctic region. And this political turbulence, unfortunately, or maybe not unfortunately, creates the importance and necessity to find the options, to find the alternative mechanisms or additional mechanisms in order to promote the sustainable development agenda. Also, it's important to note that all of the BRICS countries, both traditional or new BRICS countries that became members this year in January, are really interested in the Arctic region from different perspectives, from economic cooperation, from energy cooperation, or from logistics, science, climate, and so on. And also it's important to note that BRICS has a really interesting and flexible mechanism for cooperation in the framework of its platform. So that might be quite interesting to promote the sustainable development agenda. As for Arctic climate policies of the BRICS plus countries, I would like to look very quickly on the all Arctic policies of all BRICS countries and to come to the conclusion what is the place of climate, what is the role of climate agenda in all these Arctic policies. So as for Russia's Arctic policy, of course, Russia is one of the main actors in the Arctic region. And of course, we are the member of the Arctic Council and the only one Arctic country in the BRICS, in the framework of BRICS. And we adopted our strategy in approximately, yes, in 2020. And if we look at our priorities of our Russian Arctic policy, our Russian Arctic strategy, so we can see many important things, but of course we can see here environmental protection and ensuring ecological safety. To go into more details, we can see that it means to preserve ecological systems and help them to adapt to climate change, to ensure the conservation of Arctic wildlife and flora, to improve the environmental monitoring system, and so on. As for China's Arctic policy, okay, I can continue without this. As for China's Arctic policy, China is also consider themselves as near Arctic state, and China is observer in the Arctic Council. And China adopted its Arctic strategy in 2018. It is called White Paper. And in this document, we can see also many priorities for China in the Arctic region. And one of them, maybe one of the most important, is environmental protection and combating climate change in the Arctic. So yes, this interest in climate change agenda is also, we can see here. Our next country, it doesn't work. Не работает. Я могу, в принципе, без этого. Может быть, я пощелкаю на компьютере? Okay, our next country, I can continue, is India, of course, because India is also interested in this region, and India also is an observer in the Arctic Council, and the India's Arctic agenda was adopted in 2022, and it is called like India's Arctic mission. And if we look through India's priorities in the Arctic region, we also can see, можете пощелкать мне? We also can see environmental protection and the importance of harmonization, the polar research between North Pole, South Pole, and the third pole, Himalayas. Because for India, it's an extremely important question related to water protection, security, food security, and so on. So that's why Arctic strategy is part of India's national strategy and national security. So if we go further, I would like to mention Brazil's Arctic policy. Unfortunately, Brazil doesn't have any institutional presence now in the Arctic. But Brazil is also very interested in this region. And last year, Brazil adopted its 10-year plan for Antarctic science. And in this document, we can see for the first time a special section related to the Arctic region. It is Brazil considers approximately like India that it's very important to do the common research and to understand the climate change, the processes in the Arctic, because it can affect to the Antarctic and to Brazil's as well. So it's important to do these various research activities in order to prevent this negative impact on this region. Of course, key interests in the Arctic for Brazil, it's the common joint research, different joint projects, especially in the climate change and water resource management. As for South Africa policy, it's more or less the same situation like Brazil, because South Africa also doesn't have any institutional presence in the Arctic, but it has very good experience in Antarctic research. And South Africa has its own Antarctic program. It has also its own vessel and station in the Antarctic, and that's why we can also cooperate in the area of climate change, of monitoring of the climate change, and so on with this country. Now let's look at new BRICS countries. Let's start with Iran, because Iran also now doesn't have any special Arctic policy, but besides different other areas such as logistics, science, Iran is also interested in the field of climate change, environmental protection. And in 1992, it was created, established a special institution, Iranian National Institution for Oceanography and Atmospheric Sciences, that also deal with different aspects of climate change and fundamental oceanographic research, and also deal with straight in cooperation between different institutions in this area. United Arab Emirates, also very interesting country, and besides other priorities, we can see that in 2022, United Arab Emirates launched a very interesting program or project which is called the Third Pole Program. And this program was created in order to combine the different efforts in order to mitigate the risks of ice melting, glaciers melting in the Third Pole Himalayas. And in 1 year later, in 2023, United Arab Emirates hosted a very also interesting forum, the Third Pole and the Arctic Model. Scientists from different countries try to find the mechanism, how can we use our instruments, mechanisms that we have in the area of climate change in the Arctic region, and how can we use it in the Third Pole Himalayas. As for Saudi Arabia's Arctic policy, this country has very interesting status in the BRICS, but nevertheless, it's interesting country because Saudi Arabia was maybe the first one who signed the Paris Treaty or Svalbard Treaty in 1925. And also it has interesting documents, Saudi Vision 2030. It is some kind of roadmap for this country. And one of the main aspects in this document is, of course, climate change, environmental protection, and things like this. And finally, two countries we have, it's Egypt and Ethiopia. And all these countries are also interested in mitigating the threats posed by climate change, especially Egypt, because Egypt has many documents related especially to climate change, such as Egypt's National Strategy for Adaptation to Climate Change, Egypt's Development Strategy until 2030, and finally the main document, Egypt National Strategy for Climate Change until 2050. So Ethiopia is almost the same. And finally, let's move to multilateral cooperation in the framework of BRICS. So what we have and how can we improve this type of cooperation in the framework of BRICS. So we have meetings, regular annual meetings between ministers in the field of environment and climate change. We also created a special platform, which is called the BRICS Environmental Sound Technology Platform. In the framework of this platform, Russia proposed to organize very interesting program, BRICS Clean River program. And also we have a very interesting instrument or mechanism. It's BRICS Working Group on Ocean and Pole Science and Technology. And my colleague explained a little bit more about this instrument after my report. As for the last summit that we had in Kazan this October. So there were quite many important climate issues discussed. For example, it was announced the importance of establishment of contact group of climate change and sustainable development, establishment of special BRICS climate research platform, the critical need for active climate adaptation projects with practical solutions, not only with just monitoring of the climate change and so on. And it was announced that it's important to continue this project, the Clean Rivers BRICS project, so for the next years. And what we can do in this area, so what we can offer. Unfortunately, yes, we have some projects on the multilateral level, but we don't have any projects in the area of polar cooperation. So that's why I think that we should think somehow to launch the same initiative, like, for example, BRICS Clean Rivers, but expand these initiatives for the three regions, for the North Pole, South Pole, and the Himalayas, the third pole. So this might be interested for many BRICS countries. And finally, as for common polar agenda, so I think that's very interesting question, but nevertheless, climate issues are really, how we can see, according to the relevant documents and to the Arctic strategies of different BRICS countries, the priority, one of the main priorities for all BRICS countries. And we have many interesting projects in this area, but I would like just to mention the last one that now is under the discussion. So it is going to be organized ice base of the Russian Geographical Society named after Artur Nikolaevich Chelingarov. So-called, it should be similar to the Polar Drifting Station, worked annually in April, and we can do different types of research in the framework of this station. And so we can go there from Murmansk and from Krasnoyarsk. And of course, this ice base station can become a discussion platform for many international organizations and, of course, for the BRICS countries. And as for common polar agenda, I think that, yes, it's possible, maybe in the long run, but yes, because all states, all Arctic states are interested in this region. Also, it's important that we have in the North Pole, in the South Pole, in the third pole Himalayas, we have many similar problems, challenges. And if we can join our efforts, I think that we can solve these challenges faster. So that's why I believe that if we think about common polar agenda, so climate might be the first option, the first priority in order to do this. Yes, and here my email and QR codes for some of my projects. So thank you very much. And now I would like to give the floor to my colleague with the topic related to BRICS working group.
Yeah, thank you very much. And my presentation. По моей фамилии Лагутина. Yeah, my brief presentation will be devoted to the working group of BRICS on ocean and polar cooperation. Just to add some technical details about this group. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Попробовать? Okay, yeah, the full title, this is the BRICS Working Group on Ocean and Polar Science and Technology, and nowadays it can be regarded like a key platform from BRICS cooperation in polar regions, and maybe unique platform and unique mechanisms, at least for now. Yeah, that's why it's important to discuss it. As I told you already, the polar discussion on BRICS in BRICS started to take place since 2015 in the framework of the third Science, Technology and Innovation Ministerial meeting, when in Moscow, Moscow Declaration was accepted, and among the some key areas of cooperation for the further cooperation in the framework of BRICS was proposed oceanic and polar research. And then this topic was discussed mainly in the on the base of these ministerial meetings. But in 2016, in Jaipur Declaration, for the first time, the idea to create special working group on polar and ocean cooperation were defined. And in 2018, this group was set up. But before, I would like to add that from academia side, and not only from Russian side, we started to develop this topic as well. And in 2016, we, with our Brazilian colleagues, decided to organize a special panel on BRICS countries about the prospects of BRICS cooperation in the Arctic on the platform in the framework of the annual assembly of Arctic Circle in Reykjavik. Firstly, the organizers of Arctic Circle, they didn't accept our ideas. Yeah, because they asked us, what about you are going to speak in this on this panel? But then we did it, and since that time we started to cooperate with our Brazilian, Indian, and Chinese colleagues on these topics on academia level. Here you can see the mission of the working group as to promote cooperation between BRICS member states in the field of ocean and polar science and enabling technologies through joint activities of government, universities, research institutions, and industry as relevant in order to generate new knowledge, train human capital, develop new technologies and applications, and improve public understanding of ocean and polar science. Here I can say that, of course, nowadays it's mostly about science cooperation. It's mostly about science diplomacy. Among BRICS countries. Here you are, the official seat of BRICS Working Group on Ocean and Polar Science, but unfortunately, it's not very informative. It's not well presented from the point of view of some details. Only final declarations, you can find them, but there is no any information about current projects between BRICS countries. But it would be interesting to know people from academia, from humanitarian science about some real and implemented projects already. There is a list of functions of BRICS Working Group on Ocean and Polar Science and Technologies. And then, of course, first of all, it's about organizing effective cooperation among the BRICS member countries in the field of ocean and polar science and technology. And besides that, of course, their responsibility is coordination different types of activities of BRICS countries on joint field work in ocean and polar regions, the so-called BRICS scientific cruises, expeditions, schools, etc., etc. For now, we've got 6 meetings, official meetings of the BRICS Group's working group on ocean and polar science and technology. And here you can see. And on the first meeting, the countries, the 5 BRICS countries, states that they have access to all the existing oceans altogether. And furthermore, they take an active part in the development of oceanic and polar sciences and technologies. And it was their position that time and their argument to start to develop some new direction in their cooperation. The last meeting took place in Murmansk in Russia because now we have Russia's chairmanship in BRICS. In Murmansk in June 2024. And Russia proposed some new initiative to establish the BRICS Science Center of the Svalbard Archipelago. This proposal is still under discussion. There are some obstacles and difficulties on the way of implementation this idea, but Russia is very interested to invite our BRICS colleagues to scientific cooperation in the Arctic. We will hope that it will be implemented. As usual, we have some financial difficulties, yeah, and it's difficult to find some financial resources to implement that. Based on the analysis of declarations which were approved after all meetings, I prepared a list of priority topics for joint research of BRICS countries. And here you are, it's obvious that the climate agenda is included. Yeah, the second point about this list, the big attention countries in the framework of this group, they pay more to natural sciences. Humanitarian agenda is not included. Mainly it's about natural sciences and the challenges, threats, problems from this field. Sorry. Yeah, and several words about key projects in natural sciences, but I'm not going to speak in details because we have one more speaker from institute who, the scientists from which are represented in this working group. That's why I just decided to give some examples. This is a Paradigm project and Plume Plus joint BRICS project and the Russian-Brazilian joint BRICS expedition to Amazon. To be honest, most part of projects nowadays, they don't concern the Arctic. They concern some other oceans, seas, rivers, etc., etc. But anyway, this experience can be used in the Arctic by BRICS countries, and anyway, it's really important. And at the end, I would like to propose you some ideas. As I mentioned already, the specific feature of today's agenda of working group is accent on natural sciences. And we decided, our group of researchers, to propose some humanitarian agenda. And we speak that it would be relevant for this working group to discuss, for example, and first of all, the agenda in the field of human security, science diplomacy, sustainable development, of course, international legal issues, and maybe even Arctic governance, polar governance, something like that. And finally, as Irina Alexandrovna mentioned already, nowadays among BRICS countries, there is a discussion about the concept of free poles of cold, which can be some kind of ideological or conceptual platform for the development of cooperation between BRICS countries in polar regions. And that's all. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. And now we would like to move to the practical issues. Yeah, and I would like to pass the word and microphone to Andrei Kostyanoy, professor, doctor, chief scientist from Shirshov Institute of Oceanology, Russian Academy of Sciences, Moscow, Russia.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Andrei Kostyanoy. I'm from Shirshov Institute of Oceanology, Russian Academy of Sciences. And unfortunately, I will not give you an idea how to expand BRICS activities on the Arctic Ocean. But my idea is probably how to expand the scientific research in the framework of your working group on the Caspian Sea, and we'll say you why actually. First of all, because from the 5 independent countries on the Caspian Sea now, we have Russia and Iran who are member countries, and Kazakhstan, which is a partner country. First of all. Second, colleagues from India may be interested as well in the research on the Caspian Sea because of the north-south transport corridor, which we are talking a lot about that on different even intergovernmental level. And due to the, let's say, desiccation of the Caspian Sea, we can unfortunately say like that today, this is a big climate problem on the Caspian Sea. Now they are discussing different alternative routes on the land instead of the sea, and I will show you why. Actually, this is not a new project. It is going in the framework of the very large program, UN Decade on Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. And I'm very glad that Vladimir Rябinin, who is founder of this huge international program, is with us today. And my project, which I called the Caspian Sea Digital Twin, was endorsed by IUC UNESCO. And actually, this is a single project on the Caspian Sea performed in the framework of this UN Decade. So just to let, we actually put the task to create a database, a huge database on the Caspian Sea, which will include, first of all the satellite remote sensing data, which is actually, I'm personally a specialist, as well as physical oceanography and climate change of the region. And we will later include different kind of data informations with the help of our partners. And I will show you who are involved in this project. So actually, from the start of the project, because from the beginning it was said that it should be, even if it was proposed from Russian Federation, it should be an international team of scientists. And I gathered 22 teams from 23 organizations from 6 countries. This is from Russia, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Iran, France, and Switzerland, who were interested to collaborate. Until today, I have contacts with colleagues from Italy, from France, even from South Korea, who are interested to join this program as well. So this is a short list of organizations. I will not name them, but these are from academic institutions like Russian Academy of Science, from Hydrometeorological Organization of Russia, We have several universities and even private universities who are interested to collaborate. And this is just to show my partners, two organizations of Iran. One of them you already mentioned, this is Institute of Oceanography, Atmospheric Sciences. The second is Tarbiat Modaras University in Iran, two organizations from Kazakhstan, four from Azerbaijan, and University in Geneva in Switzerland. Here I showed you the main issues for the Caspian Sea. And if, let's say, 10 or 15 years ago, I put oil pollution on the first place, but today I changed the order because I'm absolutely sure that the first biggest problem for the Caspian Sea is even not the oil pollution of the sea, but regional climate change as a consequence, the sea level decline. So as concerns sea level decline, probably you don't familiar with this problem on the Caspian Sea, but today it reaches, imagine, 30-35 centimeters per year. So if we speak in the world ocean that 3 millimeters per year, okay, increase of the sea level is a great global problem for all the countries, for the coastal cities, for the island countries, etc., etc. Imagine that what we expect only in 100 years for these countries on the shores of the Caspian Sea, we have next year. And it can be used actually as a laboratory if you want to investigate what could be the consequences for the other world countries in 100 years, because in the Caspian Sea we observe it actually every year. And also what is actually bad for the Caspian Sea that the directions in both sides, I mean sea level increase and sea level decrease with rates of change of this value, they are dramatic in both cases. So it's better that it will be stable on the same level, but unfortunately this is not the case. And this experience gathered for the Caspian Sea, it can be used for other regions of the ocean. Actually, in terms of, for example, of adaptations, because for the Caspian Sea, we have to investigate adaptation options in both directions for the sea level rise and sea level decrease. So this is a list of the activities performed in the framework of this UNDCATE program. And from the beginning, we collaborated with this another program called Digital Twins of the Ocean, headed by GeoMar in Germany by Dr. Martin Wiesbeck. But unfortunately, as we already told this morning, due to these political disturbances, the last 2 years, we are not collaborating with them. And these two programs are developing independent. Anyway, here I listed what we did during 3 years. I will not concentrate, let's say, what we are doing with colleagues from Russian Federation, but probably will move directly what we are doing with colleagues from BRICS countries, because this session is devoted to BRICS countries. And also probably answer you a question what you raised today, how to work without money. You know, yeah, this is, you know, at a lot of conferences now, there are special sessions devoted to best practices. And I say that, for example, my best practices is to organize a scientific research without money. So I think that that to work without money, this is the most best practices which we can imagine. So how we collaborate, for example, with Kazakhstan. In Kazakhstan, they have a series of national research programs in which, by definition, they have to invite 30% of foreigners inside, like members of these projects. Like that, if we have a team, for example, of 10 persons, 3 persons could be from different countries, And because of preliminary collaborations with them, they invited us to this project proposals. And we already did 2 scientific projects with them on the investigation of the Caspian Sea. And we won 4 additional projects. So now in total, we were involved in 6 collaborative projects with Kazakhstan. We are going there 2 times a year. We write collaborative papers. We make every year coastal expeditions. We gather samples. Even we go to the sea on the small boats there. A second experience is with our colleagues from Iran. And here we studied with the use of satellite remote sensing. We investigate algal bloom in the region, quality changes of quality of seawater. And the last paper we just prepared and submitted to one journal, they found that during COVID-19 first year, there was an improvement of water quality in the sea due to the lockdowns in the activities, economic and civil activities in the coastal cities. So this was proved absolutely independently with remote sensing data. Another interesting research was to investigate the potential of offshore wind energy. So the simple question is, there is a sense to establish the wind farms on the Caspian Sea or not? And there are certain critical values for the wind power, and we calculated with the help of 2 independent set of data. One of them is remote sensing data like scatterometers, and the second one from reanalysis data. And we calculated that, for example, the most important and interesting area for the establishment of wind farms is area of Kazakhstan. But knowing very well physical oceanography of this area, in this area, unfortunately, ice is established every year. It means that we cannot establish, in any case, wind farms directly in the sea. And so what is the solution? In this paper, I propose that let's move on the shore. So because, for example, establishment of wind farms in Europe is a big problem due to the big civilization, cities, etc., etc. There is a desert. There is nobody there, no villages, and you can establish a lot of wind farms there with the same characteristics that we observed on the shore. I mean, in the coastal zone of the Caspian Sea. And finally, to finalize my presentation, I'd like to show you the main problem of the Caspian Sea. So this is the sea level variation from the beginning of observation by the way, the first tide gauge station was here, established in Baku, and we have this graph thanks to this station since 1838. And here in 1977, we reached a minimum, which was the minimum for the past 400, 500 years. And after that, suddenly the level of the sea went up till 1995. And after that started to decrease. So several years ago, it was only 0.5 meters, not reaching this minimum. But bad news is that this year we went down. And what is interesting, so this is a graph now from satellite altimetry, which we use to measure sea level variability in the Caspian Sea. So it drops now 24 years. And now we're here is the data for 27th of September of this year. And with the correction of these values, we already are below -20 now. It means that in our experience, we already don't know how to live with the level like that, because the only one experience was 500 years ago. And we don't know how they managed this story. So this is the same for the Karabagazgol Bay. So there is a big bay in Turkmenistan there. and it goes down simultaneously. And what are the forecasts? I'd like to show you the worst situation, which was published in one of in Earth Communications, in one of the journals, and it was regarded as a panic in scientific society, because the prediction was that by the end of this century, a decrease will be from 9 to 18 meters. So it means that all the northern part of the Caspian Sea, because this is a very shallow area, will desiccate completely. So it will disappear. So Karabagh will disappear. Baku, we will never see the sea in front of the city, and this shallow area will disappear as well. So it means that this will be a catastrophe from the social economic point of view, and many of scientists say that no, this is will never happen because of some mistakes made in the calculation or forecasting of the budget for the sea. But unfortunately, after that, 3 papers have appeared with more or less the same results, and moreover, our own investigation. So we do not make any forecast, but we follow the present decline of sea level. And even if we take 10 centimeter per year, you will have the same values for example, by the end of the century. So how it looks in practice, this is Aktau, where I told you with collaboration with our Kazakh partners. So this is the other side of the sea, October 22. This was a very beautiful promenade there along the sea, let's say in 1995. Now it looks like that. So believe me, this is first of all not beautiful. The view is like that. It's difficult to reach the sea. It's not possible to swim there. And moreover, algae, which are periodically flooded by storm conditions, they smelled very bad. So as concerns tourist attractive place to be attractive to tourism is really a big problem. And with the decrease, yeah, this is the same October 22. And imagine that the height of this bridge, this is a walking bridge, not for ships. This is 5 meters here. And this was in October 22, 2 years ago. And imagine this is like that now. So even you don't see the sea, which was like sea close to the end of this bridge. Now is much far, and a lot of vegetation appeared here. So the sea is going back. And I will stop on that because otherwise I will use more time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I have a very short question. This was a really wonderful, informative presentation, but maybe could you share with us your opinion? What types of maybe common BRICS projects can we launch in the polar region, in the Arctic region, maybe similar to this project? Can we do something like this, but for Arctic region? I mean,
so I think that in the Arctic Ocean we can, because also I worked in different regions of the Arctic Ocean, and of course it's possible to find different subjects to investigate, and probably the first one is the Arctic sea ice decline. So this is very important from environmental point of view, from ecological point of view, from transportation routes, etc., etc. Because, for example, people say that, let's say in 20 or 30 years, there will be no ice in the Arctic Ocean and we can travel easily. No, this is not true. Absolutely, ice will be for, I think, not only in this, but probably in the next century. Of course, periods with free ice will be longer, but the decline of sea ice goes not linearly. This is the problem, that variability from year to year is much larger than linear variability of sea ice decline. And by the way, because the Caspian Sea, the northern part of the Caspian Sea is freezed yearly, we can use the experience on the investigation of sea ice in the Caspian Sea as well for the Arctic Ocean, because we also observe a decline of sea ice in the Caspian Sea, but also it goes not linearly, absolutely, because I can say that, for example, in 2012, ice was observed till Turkmenbashi. So this is very anomalous. Such kind of events occur, let's say, once in 20 years, something like that. But it makes a lot of troubles to economic activities, even on the Caspian Sea.
Thank you very much. Oh, one more question.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's extremely interesting. Well, I have a combination of questions, I guess. Is there a way to turn the developments around in the Caspian Sea? Is the reason, is it irrigation, or is it pure climate change? So less precipitation. Mm.
When we started to compare a periodical increase or decrease of the Caspian Sea level, there is no absolutely relationship with the Volga runoff. So it means Volga brings you 40 kilometers cube more than normal, or 40 okay, if minus is understandable, but if it brings okay, just to give you a number as well, 250 kilometers cube is average runoff of Volga River. So 40 kilometers cube is a huge value in terms of internal variability. So it means that if you add 40 kilometers cube, you should have a impact on the level of the sea. But after 1997, we don't see a correlation. And this was, we were absolutely shocked by that, but it should be a reason. And we started to see if there is a reason in the increase of sea surface temperature, air temperature, wind speed, just for calculation of evaporation. It's amazing, but we didn't find. So there is a little increase, but not so significant to do not have this correlation at all. And finally, we found a reason. A reason was in the change of the general direction of wind in the region, because the normal wind pattern is from west to east. I mean, from the more wet areas to dry areas. But at certain time period, by the way, in this 1997, we found a reverse of wind pattern, and absolutely dry air from deserts now coming with the same wind speed, because in wind speed, if you look on the wind speed, we don't see the difference. But if you look in the humidity of this wind, we found a big difference, because dry wind absorb much more water, and evaporation increased significantly in 1 year. And this was a absolutely reverse situation for the sea. And after that, we started to look what could be a reason for such kind of reverse. And now found that probably because it's difficult to find local features. but we started to look at the far systems like, for example, impact of Atlantic Ocean and impact even of the Pacific Ocean. And if we look, okay. So the reason is there.
The water quality must be getting worse. I mean, I guess salinity increases. Is it going to be livable, or will it end up being basically pollutant? Yeah, the water. I mean, the lake itself. I mean, when it gets smaller and smaller. Yeah.
If we speak about oil pollution, everything is determined by oil production, transportation, etc. If we speak about, let's say, algal bloom, which is one of the important parameters like chlorophyll concentration, so this is impacted by increase of sea surface temperature, air temperature. You need clear sky, so a decrease of cloudiness in the region. So there are many factors, including the depth of the mixed layer for that.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so I would like to continue this very interesting topic related to Arctic sea ice, and to give the floor to our next speaker, Olga Nikolaevna Solomina, professor, doctor, correspondent, member of Russian Academy of Science, director of Institute of Geography, Russian Academy of Science, Moscow, Russia. Please.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Dear colleagues, so I feel that I have to start with asking you a question. Do you understand the difference between the sea ice and the glaciers? Many people do not. Sea ice is just frozen surface of the ocean. The glaciers are formed on the mainland or on the island, and you know, they transport ice into the ocean and then produce icebergs. So I will talk only about the glaciers today. So I'm working actually in the mountains. So my co-author, my husband, is working in the Arctic. So these are his materials. I hope I will tell you something about their work of mostly the work of my colleagues in the Institute of Geography, but also some results of the international cooperations of different teams. So the glaciers in the Russian Arctic are located in the western sector, in 3 archipelagos, Novaya Zemlya, Franz Joseph Land, and Severnaya Zemlya. And you see here the map with the numbers of the glaciers, but it's not numbers that matter. What matters is that actually this is almost all glaciers in Russia are located in this area. You see, it's almost 95% of ice, glacier ice, Russian glacier ice that is located in these 3 archipelagos. Well, we know that the temperature in the Arctic is rising, and of course the glaciers are retreating, and my topic will, well, my talk will be mostly concerning how actually they are retreating, but they're not, you will see that they're not only retreating. There are some very special cases when they are actually advancing. Okay, sorry. So I'll talk about change in area and volume, mass balance, the icebergs, the ice velocity changes. I will talk a little bit about the changes in the past. The Holocene is the last 11,700 years until present. and some projections, what we expect concerning the changes of the cryosphere in the future, and some example and some thoughts about the potential of international cooperation in this area. Okay, so it's going to be many numbers. I'm not sure that I have to read and repeat these numbers. You see that the area of the glaciers in the Russian Arctic has changed from 1973 to 76, sorry, to 2023 by 1,600, etc. Square kilometers. Why we take this period? Because it's very difficult to study glaciers, and it used to be very difficult, especially when we had no way to search the glacier from the space. And this is, so before these dates, we have this very sporadic data about the status of the glaciation in the Arctic. But now we can see in very details, for instance, here in Novaya Zemlya, we see for 2 periods how the glaciers, the area of these glaciers changed. The A is the period from 1986 to 2000, to year 2000, and the B is 2000 to 2019. And the more red colors you see, the more decrease of the area we observe using the satellite data. Well, there are the glacier on mainland in the Arctic, the Russian Arctic, are very small. There are very few. Most of them are located in the polar Urals. And you see these very tiny objects. And actually, they are strange. They shouldn't exist even under the present day conditions. They exist only because they have the snow which is transported by wind and is accumulated in the depressions. But they survive, although I think they will not survive for many years in the future, because you see that the area is decreasing, the elevation is decreasing, they are losing ice, and you see the mass balance is also dramatically decreasing, especially in the last 5 years. You don't see the last numbers it's covered by this panel, but it's 2 times more negative. This balance, mass balance, is 2 times more negative than in the previous period in the last 5 years. So they will certainly disappear soon. Okay, we also can now assess the elevation changes of the glaciers, and it means then we can assess not just the area changes, but the volume changes, that we can assess the mass loss in this area. And you also see that most glaciers are colored by red, and it means that they are losing the ice. So the elevation of the surface of the glaciers is decreasing. If you look at the scale, the most red is 2 meters. So those which are in red are losing 2 meters. But you also see some glaciers which are colored in blue, in light blue. It's actually, these are glaciers which are not draining in the sea. So they are more or less stable, but also the elevation increases, but not much. Okay, this panel shows in red box. I show the also the change of the volume of the glaciers from the Russian Arctic. In this, I don't say you can see it. Okay, doesn't matter. So they all decline. They all decline, but you see the decline with different rate. So the Северная Земля is declining less than, for instance, Novaya Zemlya, which is located much to the south. So it's clearly something to do with the climate change and the warming. Well, this is a resume of this previous picture, and this is mass balance of the glaciers in the Russian Arctic. And you see that, as Andrei said, these processes, they have a very big variability year to year. But now, from the, I would say, the early 2000s, you see a certain trend as a decline of the mass balance. I think it's more or less obvious. Well, what we have to mention when we're talking about the glaciers in the Arctic, that they are very specific. It's not only they are very big, but they also, you know, they also very, they have a very special dynamic. There are some parts of these glaciers which flow much faster than the rest of the surface. And so it's like rivers within the frames of the big glaciers, and they move very fast. And of course, they transport a lot of material. They go into the sea, and they produce icebergs. And also, this is the main input from these glaciers into the sea, and of course to the sea level. Well, you see here some. Oh, excuse me, I think I did something wrong. No, yeah, okay. So you see that these different colors on these pictures show this intensity of this frontal ablation, the frontal input of the ice into the ocean. You see, it's irregular, it's different. And in some places, it's a very, very big, massive piece of ice that goes to the ocean. And I'll show you two examples. This is the Matusevich glaciers in Северная Земля. And you see I think it's the area of the glacier in 1953, etc. And then in 2023. And it was more or less stable. The area was about 200 kilometers. But then suddenly, in the year 2012, the warmest year in the Arctic, it lost, more than a half of its area. And it continued to decrease. You see the current value is 26 square kilometers. And of course, it's produced a lot of icebergs. And this is a place where we have to search and to be alert about some extreme events that can be connected to this place. And the lower panel, you see the velocity, the ice velocity of the two streams of this glacier, and they are different actually. And the velocity will tell us indirectly about the potential danger, and we have to search on specific places. And this is another place. There's this Vavilova ice cap at Северная Земля. You see two Landsat images, and look, the yellow arrow shows the same place. You see, there was the margin of this glacier looked dramatically differently in 2023. So it's this flow will bring a lot of ice in the water in the sea. It's 13 kilometers in length of this lobe. So we are searching for this interesting object. And the velocities here are much higher than at Matusevich even. Okay, so this is look at the dynamic from 2016 to 2019. I think it's just really very dramatic. Okay, I'm finishing. So the question is, this is my topic. The question is, were the glacier ever as small as they are now over the Holocene? The answer is actually yes. They were smaller than they are now. It was between 6,000 years ago, 1,000 years ago, and this time is called Holocene optimum, Holocene hypsithermal. The glacier actually it was warmer than today, and we don't know much about the glaciers, but though some information we still have, and it tells us that, for instance, there were no glaciers in the polar Ural at that time. But the reason for that is different. So if now we're having this anthropogenic input into the natural trends, but in the middle of the Holocene, the early Holocene, it was mostly connected to the different orbital parameters. So it was warmer, but for a different reason. Now I would like to ask you, show you this picture. Have you seen this letter that several eminent climatologists and hydrologists wrote to the Nordic Council ministers, and then they draw attention to this model that show actually the cooling rather than the warming that we used to see at this picture for the projections in the future. If you haven't seen this letter, yeah, I think you have to, because it's serious. Because they what they say that there is a danger of this stop of the thermohaline circulation in the Arctic, of the water circulation in the North Atlantic, and then if it really stops, then we will see the picture with this blue Arctic, so the cold Arctic, and then of course the glacier will react in different way. But not only the glacier, we know that it's going to be really dramatic changes in the Earth's climate. Yeah. Okay, so I will leave you with here with this, and then probably you know about this initiative of the third polar year. I hope I hope it happened. Yeah, and we in our institute we had one positive experience. And working together with the BRICS country in the Arctic. It was a project with Brazil, India, and Russia. And because, as I mentioned, all the studies now, most studies now with glaciers, for instance, in the Arctic, are related to the remote sensing. That it means that we can easily work together and analyze the Arctic areas without even going there. Yeah, so these are my conclusions. I think probably I'll read just the last one, that we need international efforts to continue to study this very fascinating area and very important in different terms. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have one short question, if possible. Are there any difference in processes that we have with glaciers in Arctic and in Antarctic region? I mean, melting glaciers in Arctic, this process, we have the same process in other polar regions, or only in Arctic we have this disaster, I mean?
Well, there's a big difference with the sea ice in the Arctic and Antarctic. And in Antarctic, they are not actually changing too much the area of the sea ice. But the glaciers, for instance, in the peninsula, Antarctic Peninsula, they are retreating. But the Eastern Antarctic is still very cold. I mean, it's really cold. And even the warming, it bring more precipitation, snow precipitation in the East Antarctic. So there, the processes are governed by different, different forcings. But in the Antarctic Peninsula, the glacier are retreating also.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. That was a great presentation. I've got a small question, and it may sound very layman kind of a question, but is it possible to put a figure on what is the contribution of Arctic ice melt on the overall sea level rise, global sea level rise? And also, out of that, what part the Russian glaciers contribute to what part?
Excuse me. I had this figure, but I don't see it anymore. I think I did throw it away. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, there was a massive, massive efforts of communities. I'm sorry, there is a big figures with circles which shows the input of each region, and the Russian Arctic is there separately, and it's like I think 16 millimeters for the end of the century. The contribution is 16 millimeters, I think.
The question is, let's say if the global sea level rise is happening by, for example, 10 millimeters a year, of that, how much does the Arctic ice, contribute, and how much is the Russian part of the Arctic in that? Is there a figure which can be?
I'm not sure that without my help I can't answer you. I don't remember.
And now we are going to continue our session with our international foreign speakers. And I would like to give the floor to our next speaker from India, Mr. Anurag Bisen, senior researcher at the Vivekananda International Foundation. Please share with us your opinion on the BRICS collaboration in the Arctic and polar regions. It's a pleasure for us to see you here.
Thank you. You want me to sit there? Okay. Thank you, the invited guests and audience. And it's really an honor and pleasure for me to be here and make a presentation on BRICS climate agenda through the prism of international polar cooperation. Much has already been said by some brilliant presentations by Irina Alexandrovna and Maria Lagutina. So what I will try and do is I will cover the geopolitical aspects of the BRICS cooperation, some of which came out in the previous session as well. So without further ado, I'll launch into my presentation. I have done a paper which is BRICS, Russia and Arctic India's options. It is there on the website of Vivekananda International Foundation, and you could probably read it if you're interested. So just to give some background, India's Arctic policy was released by the Government of India on 17th of March 2022. It is a science-first policy. Scientific research is the first pillar, and climate and environmental protection is the second pillar. And then, of course, you have economic and human development, where India speaks about sustainable development of resources from the Arctic. Transportation and connectivity. This is another important aspect of India's Arctic policy, and I would like to suggest that in the BRICS cooperation also, I will discuss this a little more, but connectivity could also be an important part of cooperation in the BRICS. Then, of course, we have governance and international cooperation. And the last but not the least pillar is national capacity building. India has got very, very little capacity on the Arctic, although we are the only developing country apart from China, which has a permanent research station in the Arctic, which was set up in 2008. It is called Himadri. And we also, of course, have research stations in the Antarctic as well as in Himalayas. So India is one of the few countries which has got research, permanent research presence in all the three poles. And even though India's scientific contribution in the Arctic is very modest, but because of our polar experience across the board, it is much appreciated among the scientific community. Now, just a few words on the impact of suspension on scientific engagement with Russia. We discussed this in the session earlier. So this scientific cooperation is ceased despite there being a binding agreement on enhancing international Arctic scientific cooperation. And as I mentioned in the previous session as well, that Russian Arctic is bigger than all the other 7 Arctic countries put together. So Russia cannot really be ignored. And because of this impact of scientific engagement in Russia, there is now impact being felt because I'm sure all of you are aware that what happens in the Arctic affects the whole globe and it does not stay in the Arctic. And now because of absence of Russian data, after more than 2 years, there is clear evidence that there is bias in the data, and it is not known that that bias is because of climate change or absence of Russian data. So this has got a very serious consequence of global climate change research, and that is one of the reasons why I mentioned in the previous session that we must resume scientific cooperation in the Arctic at the earliest. Also, two-thirds of permafrost based in Russia, and it has cut off global understanding to changes in permafrost because of this cessation of scientific cooperation. Now, just a few select indicators, BRICS versus G7. So increasingly, BRICS is being hailed as a potential to G7, a platform to rival G7. And if you see on the right side of the slide, there are indicators in terms of land area, population, percentage, and in real numbers, GDP in purchasing power parity. In every parameter, actually, BRICS is now ahead of G7. In real terms, GDP, which is 33.9 trillion as of now, BRICS will overtake G7 in 2032. But despite all this, there are issues within the BRICS. The G7, the cohesion which they have, that is a big question mark in the BRICS itself. And BRICS is also comprised of various regional actors where their interests are often, counter to each other. So I think there's a long way to go. And again, within the BRICS, there are dynamics between China and to an extent Russia. They like to see G7 as a platform which is anti-West. India sees it as a purely an economic grouping. So I think there is a while before that cohesion can really be achieved in the BRICS. Now again, I have done this tabulation, Arctic relevance of BRICS countries. So as was brought out by Maria Lagutina and Irina Srilnikova as well, what matters is primarily Russia is the only country, as Irina said, and then you have Brazil, China, South Africa, and India, which have got some kind of a polar program. So within the BRICS, it is these countries really which matter. Of course, Irina mentioned about Iran and Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates. They also have an increasing program which is oriented towards a polar research. Now, this I briefly brought up in the previous session. There are certain inequities for the observers, which I mentioned that observers are excluded from the decision-making processes of the Arctic Council. This is, again, in my opinion, I don't think this is the right thing. The observer states should have a greater say in the decision-making process. So if a BRICS cooperation platform in the Arctic is being proposed, I think this is an aspect which could be looked at, and that this inequity could be corrected in a BRICS cooperation mechanism. So this also observers are limited in their engagement. They are only limited at the level of working groups. They do not sit on the main table. They sit behind the main table. Of course, there are the dynamics are different in Arctic Council. But these inequities, what I'm proposing is that in a BRICS cooperation mechanism, this inequities could probably be addressed. Again, the financial contribution of observers is limited to 50% of the total project cost. As I mentioned, there are several projects in which India, for example, research in monsoons, India would really like to do, but it may not interest an Arctic Council country, but yet India's project funding would be limited to 50%. So BRICS could actually, this was brought out also, that BRICS could engage in new areas of research, which is more of relevance to the BRICS countries themselves. Again, research proposals in the Arctic Council can only be put through either an Arctic state or a permanent participant. This is another equity which I'm highlighting, which could probably be corrected. And of course, if you sign to become an observer, then you have to sign to adherence to Ottawa Declaration and the rules of procedure. Observers, again, it was mentioned, cannot undertake research directly between themselves. So, for example, if India and Japan want to participate in some kind of a research together, they have to do it only through an Arctic Council member. Then I have just mentioned a provision regarding UNCLOS. It provides for unimpeded marine scientific research beyond the economic exclusive zone and extended continental shelf. But there is a kind of a feeling that the Arctic Council states have actually kind of monopolized research in the entire central Arctic Ocean as well. I mean, that is the kind of sentiment which I am saying. It may not be true actually. This has been brought out, so I will not dwell on this much. There are several mechanisms within the BRICS which exist, and Maria Lagutina has actually extensively covered this, so I will not go into the working group on polar cooperation, but there are several others like the BRICS Transport Cooperation or BRICS Energy and Research Cooperation Platform, Science, Technology and Innovation Program. So what I'm saying is that there are already existing frameworks within the BRICS which can be used to further polar cooperation between the BRICS mechanism. There is no need to create, I mean, if it is felt that you need to create a new mechanism, it can certainly be looked at. But I think presently there are adequate number of mechanisms which exist within the BRICS framework to actually further polar cooperation. This has been covered by Maria Lagutina, so I will not go on this. I will just come to, I'll close quickly. There are some advantages and some challenges in a parallel cooperation mechanism. It was mentioned in the previous session that it is but natural for Russia, because it's been isolated in the Arctic Council, to actually promote a new governance mechanism in the Arctic. And some of the benefits which I've listed out are, it would lead to greater involvement, and greater involvement of more number of nations leads to greater awareness about the Arctic. And that is a crying need of the hour, to create greater awareness of the Arctic within the world. It is also likely to offset the present inequities, which I brought out in my previous slide, for observers in the Arctic Council. It will result in financial saving to the member states. They may not have to actually spend extensive have extensive financial commitments to set up research stations in the Arctic, such as Russia's proposed BRICS Scientific Research Station in Svalbard in Barentsburg. Research areas can be more broad-based, of concern to BRICS and Global South. It will be more representative, in my opinion, of the Global South in the Arctic. So I think that is a very welcome step. If BRICS spends more attention to the research in the Arctic. It will also provide a balance to the NATO-US operation-oriented mechanism, which the Arctic Council has now been reduced to after Finland and Sweden have joined NATO. The Arctic Council is Russia versus 7 NATO states. So I think it will also provide a balance to that inequity. It will also broad-base Arctic research. So this again, I have got a separate table on this, but 23 of the 46 Svalbard Treaty members have no Arctic Connect. So in a way that it will also be more representative of the countries in the Arctic. Now there are challenges which I'll very briefly mention, and in fact I'm trying to do some research on this. Norway, in my opinion, has over the years, there is a term called Norwegianization of Svalbard. So when the Svalbard Treaty was signed in 1920, the Article 5 says that there will be an international convention uh, to regulate scientific research in the Arctic. But despite passage of 104 years, no such convention has been signed. So what I propose is that the scientific research in Svalbard should be regulated under on the similar lines such as the ATCM, that is the Antarctic Treaty Consultative Mechanism, which is a 29-member consultative mechanism in the Antarctica, so as it is more representative. So, in my opinion, Norway is going to oppose this BRICS proposal because, in many ways, it will end their monopoly on the conduct of scientific research in Svalbard, and so that needs to be probably addressed in the new BRICS proposal. There are also concerns about violation of Spitsbergen Treaty, that this new proposal is not in accordance with the Spitsbergen Treaty. So I think that also needs to be addressed because, in my opinion, it does not violate the Spitsbergen Treaty in any manner, any kind of a new research proposal. But I think there is this narrative is being put out that it violates the Spitsbergen Treaty. I mentioned about uh, this is New Delhi sees the group's focus as economics, but Beijing, Moscow is pushing for an anti-Western bloc. This is actually a headline in Times of India of 2022. It's India's largest selling newspaper. So this is the dynamics within the BRICS, which will probably also have to be catered for. Then again, within the BRICS, there is uh, there is a greater acceptance of the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative. India is not a member of the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative because the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, it passes through Indian territory. So this is another concern which needs to be addressed. And then I mentioned already about it that there are issues or there are concerns about whether BRICS can achieve the same level of cohesion as that in G7. And so some of my recommendations are that we must resume there should be an immediate resumption of scientific exchange within the Arctic Council. There is a model called International Institute for Applied Analysis. This institute was set up at the height of Cold War between Soviet Union and United States. And this was despite the raging rivalry which was there between Soviet Union and United States, they decided to promote science. So a similar model actually could be looked at. If you go on the website of International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis, it gives the history of how this institution was set up by the blessings of very few people in the United States and Soviet Union then. So there needs to be a greater clarity in BRICS cooperation structure and mechanism, how this is going to work. So I think work needs to be done on this. There is also a need to allay concerns of potential partners of violations of international law. I already mentioned about it. I also mentioned about that there is a need to work towards a binding convention that lays down the conditions. So this line in italics is what is mentioned in the Spitsbergen Treaty, that a convention will be concluded that lays down the conditions under which scientific investigations may be conducted in Svalbard. So I think there is a need to do that. And my recommendation for India as well as otherwise is that the Russian initiative for a greater BRICS participation in the Arctic must be supported wholeheartedly. And there is, again, this is a recommendation for India, that there is a greater need for greater coordination with Russia on BRICS. And with that, I finished. And thank you very much for a patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have a short question also. What do you think about maybe future scenarios for the BRICS development as a platform for Arctic cooperation or for polar cooperation? So how can you see this? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. So there is, as I mentioned in my presentation, there is great potential. And some of the areas which I feel, one is connectivity, which I mentioned, because the international north-south transport corridor on the eastern side, and on the western side, the Chennai-Vladivostok Maritime Corridor. So I was there in Eastern Economic Forum in Vladivostok, where there was a presentation that by Rosatom, I think he was the head of a president or vice president, and he said that we are going to call the Northern Sea Route as Greater Northern Sea Route, Balshoi, Severne, Morskoy Pod. And and I realized that at both ends of the Greater Northern Sea Route, there is a connect which connects actually India to the Arctic. From the western side, it connects Mumbai through the INSTC and the Unified Deep Water System of Russia to the Arctic, and from the eastern side through the Chennai-Vladivostok Maritime Corridor. So that is one area where there could be greater collaboration through the INSTC connectivity. Then there are, of course, scientific research is a great area of collaboration, and there are common issues of concern to BRICS countries in scientific research, in seafarers. I'm talking specifically about India and Russia. India is one of the highest supplying seafarer nations in the world, and as traffic picks up on the Northern Sea Route, there would be requirement of more number of seafarers. India could provide that. India could provide the skilled manpower. In India, there are, I think, more than there is a huge amount of, I think, population which is more than 25 years of, less than 25 years of age. So India actually has about more than 80 million, that is the kind of figure. And India can provide skilled manpower to the world, and skilled manpower is another area which is required in the Arctic because of the large distances. So there are several areas of cooperation which can be actually furthered through the BRICS. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And now let's move to Brazil. Unfortunately, our colleagues from Brazil couldn't come here. They're online, but I would like to say several words about Brazil. Brazil is not an observer to the Arctic Council already, but as far as I know, Brazil has a strong interest to Arctic cooperation in different spheres: environmental, climate, energy, etc., etc. And maybe you remember in my speech I mentioned already that we started to develop the topic of BRICS in the Arctic exactly with our Brazilian colleagues in 2016. Yeah, and one more detail. In the framework of BRICS, nowadays Russia and Brazil are responsible countries for implementation and realization of initiatives on polar and ocean issues. Brazil and Russia. That's why I would like to give a floor, online floor, but anyway, to, wait a minute, to Professor Heitor Evangelista, Professor of Nuclear Bioscience at the Rio de Janeiro State University of Brazil, Brazilian Antarctic Program. Please, Professor.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I would like first to ask you if you can hear me well.
Yes, we hear you very well. Thank you.
Okay.
And see you.
I'll try to share here my presentation for us for a discussion. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
How many more presenters?
Okay, we see.
Okay, sorry. Okay, if you can see,
Yes,
okay, that's right.
Mhm.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to talk with you and to share some of our cooperation that we have been done, mainly in the context of the BRICS since 2015 with the Russians. Brazil and Russian, we share the same scientific research in King George Island for a long time. And this cooperation has been occurring in several topics. And as I am a geophysicist, I will present some of our first steps in this cooperation within the context of the BRICS. So I don't work with the North Pole or the Arctic. I work with Antarctica for a long time, for 35 years. I have participated in several missions in Antarctica with the Brazilian Antarctic Program. And of course, it is of great relevance, not only for the countries in the South Hemisphere, but globally, the interest about the changes that we are witnessing in Antarctica since almost 50 years. So I will present here a brief for you. Try not to be so much technical, but to give you some new information of the research in Antarctica and some perspectives that we should take in mind for a discussion. So first of all, I want to tell you, I ask you if you see the change in the page.
No, unfortunately not. Only the first one, the cover.
Yeah, I see here. Let's try again.
Now it moves.
Yes, but I'll try to do this way. Maybe because of the internet, it's safer.
Okay.
Can you see this way? No problem?
Yes. Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, great. So I think that we have less problem in this format. In the state of the cryosphere in the West Antarctica, it is really a global problem. And we want to talk about this not only because this evidence they come from models or satellite sensors, data of measurements of meteorological parameters and glaciological parameters in the Antarctic continent has shown a dramatic change in the West Antarctica since the last 30 years. We know that many glaciers in the West Antarctica, at the Pine Glacier, Thwaites, and Getz, they are really in a very unstable condition. And this is something that resulted from the satellite monitoring and from the in situ monitoring. And this is a great problem because Antarctica, the West Antarctica particularly, is linked to the global sea level rise. And the collapse of these glaciers will change the history of the sea level rise all over the world. So there is a great effort to monitor in more details what is happening in the West Antarctica. And the West Antarctica is the place where Brazil concentrates most of its scientific research. With respect to the Antarctic continent, both the Antarctic ice shelves and the Antarctic ice sheets, they can contribute significantly for the global sea level rise. And this problem of the sea level rise, when we put that in a BRICS context, if we take the 10 countries that could be more impacted by sea level rise, we can see 6 countries from the BRICS. So the link between sea level rise and Antarctica in trying to get more information, to develop better models, are very important for future predictions. So in Brazil, we are doing a great effort towards monitoring the parameters in Antarctica and improving sea level rise models, because they are absolutely linked. But of course, it's not a problem of Brazil, and particularly in the BRICS, in the context of BRICS, many of our countries should have this as a very important subject. So that is one of the most important lines of research that we are doing in Brazil now, just trying to make better links between sea level rise, the sea level rise problem, and the dynamic of the ice in the Antarctic continent. In the context of the West Antarctica, the Peninsula Antarctica is a place that we have a longer database, one of the most oldest stations in the Antarctica Peninsula are some Argentine and Bellingshausen station. So we have data since 1948 from the Antarctic Peninsula, and it covers a long period of decades that we can join ground data with satellite data and have better performance in the study of the sea ice variability and glaciers and ice shelves. So the Antarctic Peninsula is an incredible laboratory to understand the climate and the impact of the climate in the Antarctic continent. As you know, the Antarctic Peninsula is one of the fast rising places globally. And why we have observed such speed, such incredible increase in temperatures in the Peninsula Antarctica is something that we do not know exactly. So it is a great motivation for all of us to bring studies to the Antarctica Peninsula to try to understand causes and consequences and trends and why this part of the globe is responding the modern climate change in such a velocity. Our studies in the Antarctic Peninsula has recently shown a very important process that starts on the subtropical places that also occurs in the North Hemisphere, which is the atmospheric rivers. These atmospheric rivers are narrow band of vapor and heat that is transported through the atmosphere and have several implications in the ice loss both in the continental Antarctica and also in the sea ice. So what we are doing in our research is trying to find a connectivity of the changes of the climate in the subtropics and its impact in Antarctica. So for many of the countries that take part in the BRICS, many of these countries, they belong to the subtropical sites. So there is a huge interaction of the transport of moisture and heat from these sites into the Antarctic continent. So we are just in the same context together. This is just to make an illustration for you of this phenomena. It starts here. You can see in this film the hot colors. They are related to transport of moisture and heat, and by principle we thought that this impact was restricted to the sea ice zone, but it's not. It can go. It has energy enough to go inside the Antarctica and then bring heat and melting to more southern latitudes. We have a laboratory, which is the Cryosphera 1. It is located at latitude 84, so it is about only 600 kilometers from the South Pole. and we have been detecting this atmospheric rivers impact into the Antarctic ice sheet, which is something very, I see that very unique, because during these events, the temperature can rise 30 degrees in very few days. That is something impressive and not yet monitored in the Antarctic continent. In fact, both West Antarctica and East Antarctica is now subjected to these systems, and we don't know if these atmospheric rivers actions, they are something new in the context of the climate change, or we are just observing now because we have more stations around the continent. So investigate its frequency, their origin. So that's something very important to understand the future of the Antarctic ice sheet and ice shelves. One plan that we have for future cooperation are using the fact that Brazil and Russian and also other countries, we have stations operating in Antarctica, and we can work together using a network of stations. I think that this is something that can also be used not only on the atmospheric point of view, but also in the oceanographic point of view too. So we are just starting a network that includes our colleagues from Chile, and then it is very important to measure simultaneously outside and inside the Antarctica and see how these systems developed from the subtropics and up to the center of the continent. So we have stations spread in Punta Arenas, which is outside the Antarctica, the border of Antarctica, inside Antarctica, and can be even more inside. Example, if we can set a station at Vostok station, so we can draw a line, and then it will be very important for the monitoring of the atmosphere, how the atmosphere is interaction with the Antarctic atmosphere, how the subtropical atmosphere is interacting with the Antarctic atmosphere. So these ground stations that measure the transport of heat and also aerosols can be very valuable in the understanding of this process in the Antarctic continent. So our colleagues and us from Brazil and Russian, we have been studying melting events that occur in the Antarctic Peninsula. Some of these melting events, they are regional, they are not local. We can observe they are in both sides of the Antarctic Peninsula. The Antarctic Peninsula, like several areas in the Arctic, are also becoming greener because, as you know, we have more temperature, we have more humidity in the atmosphere, and also the soils because of a constant melting of glaciers. So there is a tremendous change in the environment in Antarctica. So this is also a subject to our understanding. In our first approach of cooperation, we were supported by a program of United Nations, by the agency in Vienna, and also the FAO that promote a project to study the availability of the glaciers at the North Antarctic Peninsula. So since 2015, we are cooperating in this region between using institutions of Brazil and Russian. So this was the start of our study. And this study was based in a simple fact, is that we have in the Antarctic Peninsula a longer, in terms of Antarctica, I mean, meteorological database, but we do not have any information since before mid-20th century. And how could we get this information? Well, we could get this information, for example, based on ice cores. But the problems of the ice cores at the North Antarctic Peninsula, that they are not too good for the paleoclimate research, because most of the ice in the North Antarctic Peninsula, it melts during the summer season. An exception of that is James Ross Island, but there is just one point at that place. So what we did, we started to study and investigate the lakes. The lakes at the proglacial environment are fantastic sites to investigate and to try to describe in a better way the climate of the past. And then this project was developed in a way to get information from the past of that region and try to understand what was going there. In fact, so we started this cooperation with Russians, drilling several lakes. In these lakes, we get sediment cores. These sediment cores are dated. All the layers, we can date the layers and retrieve the information of the climate using diatoms, using carbon, using mineralogy, and use other parameters, several parameterizations to get the information of the climate of the past. So the idea of this project is to join the paleoclimate investigation with the modern databases and see what are the trends, what happened in the past, if there was some event similar as the modern one. So that was our
Sorry,
objective.
I have to interrupt you, but can you move to conclusion, because we have one more speaker. Sorry.
Yeah. No problem. We just have surveyed several lakes near glaciers and away from the glaciers. We have concluded some very interesting aspects of how glaciers are responding to the warming of the climate and how it affects the sedimentation rates at these lakes. Also, the paleoclimate of the lakes that are isolated, that can provide us 5,000 years of history of climate. And we have been observed, my conclusion here is that we have observed a very warm condition since the last 2,000 years. After that, we got a process of very cooling at that region. And then after that, we have also started a period of very rapid warming. So join all of our databases, we see that in the past, we are able to explain the temperature variability using only natural parameters as the volcanism, the solar radiation, and ENSO variability. But for the modern epoch, we cannot explain the increase of temperature using only natural parameters. Only when we add the CO2, we are able to have this, we can model the modern increase in temperature. And for the conclusion, we just need to have a joint effort to, this is 3 models that we use it to describe this area in the past for the last 2,000 years. And we need more ground data to have better predictions in the future. We have been good developments, but we need more. So thank you very much. That is how we are interacting until now, and all the possibilities that we can do for the future and increase our knowledge in the state of the art of the climate in Antarctic Peninsula. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It was really interesting, and thank you, a special thank you for some examples of Russian and Brazilian cooperation in Antarctic. And Brazilian is one of the greatest countries in the Antarctic research and activity. And now it's time, it's my great pleasure to represent you one more Brazilian colleague, Anna Flavia Barros, Director of the Brasilia Research Center at Earth System Governance. Please, the floor is yours. We have 10 minutes unfortunately, but we would like to hear your opinion. Yeah, and the topic is of presentation is the polar agenda for science or diplomacy. Very important topic. Please, thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me well?
Yes, yes, very well. And we see your presentation perfectly.
Okay, so I'm very grateful to Dr. Irina Strelnikova, to Dr. Maria Lagutina, and to my colleagues. It's a real pleasure and honor to be here with my co-author, Pierre Mazegard, who is a professor in France. So our talk is about the polar agenda for science or diplomacy. It's like a provocation, but we totally agree. I'm speaking on my own capacity here as a professor, not in the name of my institutions, but I totally agree what has been said here so far. And I've been to the Arctic Circle Assembly this year, and this is the key of the debates there. How do we move forward with science in a context of so many diplomatic turbulence, different events? So our point, how do I move forward now? I'm sorry, okay, I think I have to go here. Is it moving for you?
Yes, yes. Now it's
okay. Okay, so I'll go very fast. That's been said before. The climate agenda of BRICS is quite recent, and it's moving forward very fast and connecting to other agendas like the polar agenda. So I'm just moving fast, okay, but we can go back. And I just would like to add 2 points here: the banks as development banks that are climate sensitive, and the challenge of BRICS expansion to other members. That we need to discuss and look how can we work on that. Pierre and I looked in the past about the BRICS declarations, and we found that cooperation development were always there as important concepts. So was sustainable, frequently mentioned, but climate was not really a key priority for the BRICS in the declarations, although there were already moves and people from the ministries of environment, climate change, cooperation working on climate agendas from a technical perspective. So the technical perspective sometimes takes time to be taken into account by the head of states, prime ministers, and so on, and be seen in the declarations. And polar was even less relevant than ocean. From our Brazilian perspective, we didn't even look at the polar concept in the declarations because they were really disconnected in our view. So this is, Pierre did some text mining, and we found how many times the terms occurred in the declarations from the recent past. The reason we were looking at the recent past was that we wanted to understand better how the BRICS worked before the pandemics and how it's evolved now. So this is old data that is really interesting to see what were the terms that we were looking at and how we looked, how was our perception of the BRICS cooperation possibilities. And some of them are really important, like multilateralism, technology, energy, development, of course. So that's the numbers in a different perspective. And the important thing here is the nexus of interpolar sciences with the climate change. So it's clear for all of us that the uncertainty that we have now regarding, for example, global sea level change is one of the biggest scientific challenges that we have, and how this is still poorly understood. So why must Brazil be worried? For many reasons that I really much agree with what Professor Benson from India just mentioned. So I'm going very quickly here. One thing that's worrying Brazil is the AMOC. It's the Atlantic current, changing or even maybe collapsing in the near future. And this will bring very strong impacts to Brazil, not only the dieback of the forest Amazon, but the patterns changing in terms of rain and other climate events, as Professor Heitor Evangelista mentioned just before me. So we have some big challenges, especially in the case of Brazil. As Professor Braulio Dias said, we are approaching the tipping point, but we're not prepared in terms of Brazil. We need more science and less geopolitics because we cannot afford to work without this technological powers. We are, with my group, working on this concept. What are the technological polar powers? And this includes most of the BRICS members. And we know that Brazil, for example, has more than 40 years of scientific research concerning Antarctica. And now Brazil is really excited about working more with Arctic countries and to compare the scientific results to see how we can promote cooperation together. And the BRICS members need to build more cooperation opportunities. That was already said here. So the prospects, we need more science-led adaptation measures, the International Polar Year, and I'd like to mention also the ICE mission that's really important now. So this is the Polar Year that we can discuss because of the principles. The first principle is fostering the widest possible international collaboration to produce knowledge for action with direct societal relevance. And I think this is really important, not only for the BRICS members, but for all of our individual countries also, because when we add all the interests with it, it's much bigger than we could think of. And I'd like to spend some more minutes with this ICE scientific mission. It's the most important circumnavigation expedition ever done because it's closer to the glaciers. The Russian scientific icebreaker has already left Russia. It will stop at the Rio Grande port in the south of Brazil. And the scientific mission is really important for all of us BRIC members. So some numbers. It will start officially on November 22, so a few days from now, and it will last until January 25th next year. It's the Russian scientific icebreaker. I'll try to pronounce, I'm sorry for the name, Academic Tryoshnikov from the Arctic and Antarctic Research Institute in St. Petersburg. And it will navigate more than 20,000 kilometers of the Antarctic continental coast. It's the closest to the glaciers ever done. So it's really important in terms of capturing data for climate change anomalies and climate change data in general. The scientific mission is under Brazilian leadership. Professor Jefferson Cardia Simões from Centro Polar Climático at the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul. And we have, as far as I know, 61 scientists from 7 countries, 27 scientists from Brazil, 8 from Russia, 7 from India, 7 scientists from China, and the other scientists are from Argentina, Chile, and Peru. I'm talking here, maybe those numbers have changed, but this is the numbers I could get for today, okay? And it's really important that South America is well represented here. Brazil is showing how important it is to work directly with Russian scientists. And this is a very important mission for all of us. And for Brazil, of course, it's a very, very important. It's really a turning point. And the funding from different institutions, I'd like to call your attention. Around 90% of the funding was provided by the Fondation Albedo pour la Cryosphère, which was created last year in Paris in the first Polar Summit. And this funding is most of it from money from Europe, but for other countries too. And this is the funding also from the Brazilian partners that will take place in this expedition. And to finish, our takeaway arguments is the poles are vital for the Earth system governance, as been said here before. Interpolar science is the key for more adapted policies. That's exactly what we need since we are so vulnerable as BRIC members. Brazil is a polar country willing to discuss sustainability and our future. I'd like to highlight that there was a Brazilian team participating in the Arctic Assembly meeting this year, the Arctic Circle Assembly. We had a table for Brazilians to explain what were Brazilian interests in the Arctic. And we highlighted that they were scientific, diplomatic, and also legal, as Professor Binson showed. The rules of managing Earth system governance need to be more improved, and as BRIC countries and Brazil, we are really interested in participating actively, of having a voice, of showing the results of our research, and being part of this big diplomatic effort to create rules. So the challenges are scientific and geopolitical, and the prospects for more BRICS collaboration abound from our Brazilian perspective. So these are the two references I used that I mentioned, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity of being here. Spasiba.
Thank you very much. Thank you for such a really important and interesting presentation. And I would like to thank all our colleagues for finding time, for taking part in this session. It was really interesting, productive, and fruitful. And I really believe that strengthening international cooperation, and especially in the framework of BRICS, I think we can solve many challenges in the Arctic region or in other regions. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Фотографию. Фото. Сделаем? А может быть здесь сделаем, пока они там болтают? Нас торопили. Да. Yes. Да прям здесь.
Então, Flávia,
Então, prazer, grande prazer. Depois a gente conversa mais, porque a gente tem um projeto aqui em Brasília. A gente criou um núcleo de estudos polares na Escola Superior de Defesa. E o nosso projeto é traduzir o que os cientistas estão falando. Então, depois eu vou voltar a te perturbar.
maravilha. Vai ser um prazer, Ana.
Acho que eles estão tirando foto, mas não sei se a gente sai na foto, acho que não, né?
Vai ser meio complicado. Tá bom, eu vou lá. Um abraço, Flávia. A gente faz contato aí, tá bom?
Então, um abraço.
Tchau.
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 Спасибо вам огромное. Я думаю, что было очень интересно. Как всегда. Спикеры наши, как всегда, самые интересные.
And where you have a stall?
Not this stall. So this is our student pavilion.
So we get across it.
Вот мы как раз
So and according to that, we have
давно сотрудничаем. Я его звала, он такой, я не могу, я в экспедицию. Очень интересно там были. Я вот случайно нашла, и он мне рассказал, что это будет совместный проект с российскими учеными, как раз политиков. И они вот сравнивали, потому что я не понимаю, почему у нас именно партия пытается встречи фантастики. Когда меня спрашивают вопросы, я не знаю, что ответить.
Yesterday, where were you at? In the same flight?
Yeah, I thought I saw you, then I thought no.
Where was it?
Like, okay, so I'll get back to you. Yeah. I was on the 31st.
So in the morning, what happened?
Okay.
So, yes, sir.
So, what happened? When I called you and you kept me